Hello and thank you for joining me on my colouring quest. So today's video is the book and page that you have all chosen, which is this Colour in Heaven collection issue Vikings, and the illustrations are by Hollow Moon Art. This is an amazing book, so yeah, I will do a quick flip through I think, because I don't think many people have seen this one. So you basically, on this side you have your illustration, and then you have a bit of information on this side about the page, which is nice, and that's amazing. They are very detailed though, I will say. So I worry about this one because like he has chest hair. Like I've never coloured chest hair. Even beards though. I've never really done beards. So it's like, do I colour it the same as normal hair or do I go about it differently? So yeah, and you have some landscape ones, which is nice. It's got a bit of everything in this book, if I'm honest, which is great. I do love the portraits the most, but it's nice to have these scene pictures. So yeah, I'm just quickly gonna go through it because this isn't a flip through video, is it? Oh, I only just noticed that. House cats. Viking wives would receive a house cat from their husbands as a marriage gift. Yeah, that needs to be continued, doesn't it? That would be a reason to get married, wouldn't it? Receive a cat. Yeah, I like that one. I do, but again, the beard. That's so cute. See, this reminds me of a page that I coloured recently for the Colour Cube challenge. Just because it's holding a chicken, it's like a boy. Yeah. Like, I can't see me finishing this book anytime soon. Like, I like that. The pose. Be fun to colour. But what I love about this as well is you have a lot of different hairstyles than what you are used to. Like a lot of it is like partly shaved heads and stuff like that. I do like that one. And when you look through these books, you always notice a page you've never noticed before. Ooh. That one's of Loki. And this is the page I will be colouring. How scary is that? As in, to colour it. Whew, I will take it step by step. I don't know where I'm going to start just yet, but I'll find out in about a few minutes, won't I? I love this as well. Yeah, I do love that one. I think that was another one. Did I? Yeah, I did have that one as a choice as well. A bit more simple than the page I'm going to be colouring, but we'll happily save it for another day. Oh, they're good. The Norns. They've been featured in like films and TV series, haven't they? The Norns. I can't remember where I've watched and it's been in, but I remember them being in things. And that is it. So you have 48 in there because it's a collection issue, which is great. I have so many pages in books to colour, it's ridiculous, but I couldn't imagine not having them as well. So I'm just going to flatten this out properly because I haven't done that yet, and I'm going to get some pencils ready. I really think I'm setting myself up for a very long video. I really do. I have picked the Faber-Castell Polychromos pencils because I haven't used them in a video in a while, I don't think. And I have decided to start with the cat. Like, I thought I'd get the part which I'm most scared about doing first. And I have found a picture of a cat on Pinterest that I'm going to reference for the colours, and I will just show you. It is this kitty here, so it's got a bit of black, a bit of orangey brown, some white. But I thought it was a similar sort of thing, maybe close enough, but I thought that could be my reference photo. And I've just realised I didn't get a colour out for the nose. Okay, so I've zoomed us in because I think I want to start with colouring the cat's eyes. Like, start with something that's difficult, but like a little piece that I can concentrate on without it overwhelming me. And this cat is going to have the orangey yellow eyes. So I have picked out cadmium yellow, number 107, and cadmium orange, number 111. So I'm going to do a light layer with the yellow on both eyes. And I'm only pressing very lightly, so I want to build up my colour. I will say I'm not good at doing realistic eyes. Like, I wish it was one of the things that I was better at, but unfortunately I'm not. So I will just try my best. So I have the cadmium orange, and I'm going to start with this eye over here. Just go with it. Now I think I'm going to pretend that the light is coming this way. So there's going to be light on this side and this side. So this bit might have a bit more shadow in here. But then I've also got to account for the shadow that's created by the fur and nose part here. So it is difficult to get the lighting right, I think, when doing eyes, unless you have a clear picture in your mind of what you're going for. Right, so I'm going to get the yellow back a moment and add a bit more of that in. I will be using the white Posca, so I'm not worried about losing too much of the white. I do want to keep a little bit of pale parts there. Right, I am now actually going to get my Van Dyke Brown, number 176, and add it lightly into those shadowier areas. I think that would be a good idea at this point. And I'm not bothered if this cat looks a bit menacing or not. I'm hoping he doesn't look scary, but some cats just look like they have an attitude even when they're friendly. So like my brother's cat, for instance, well, one of them, you get your camera out and he just pulls a "are you serious" sort of face. It's like, not this again. So you have to catch him in a good mood if you want a photo. Whereas his other cat, you get the photo out and it's like, "Do you want me to do a pose for you?" And we're like, "Yes, please." Yeah, like two opposites, but it's the opposites that make them get along so well. Oh, first snappage. I thought it would have happened already, to be honest, because I sharpened these pencils a bit too much, if I'm honest with you. I don't like these squiggly lines within the eyes, so they're probably going to get Posca penned at some point. So I've got my black now, and I'm just going to go over the edge bits because you know that cats get that eyeliner look, don't they? I mean, it's already here for me, it just needs blackening up a bit more. So at this moment it might not look right because I'm only doing the eyes, aren't I? It might look a bit strange, like I've added too much black, but once the rest of the page is done, it'll be fine. Right, I am going to get my Posca now, if I can remember where I've put it. I honestly thought it was in there. Ah, there it is. And believe it or not, this one is still working. Like, I honestly thought it would have run out by now. I'm just going to add some light. I am just going to go over those black squiggles because I don't like them in there. And then the ones that I don't want to keep, I will go over with my pencil when it is a bit drier. That bit went in the black, but I will colour over it. I think I'll have to wait for that to dry and then be able to put my white in where I want it. As it's just going to all merge into one, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't look bad like that, but it's a bit too much white for what I was going for. So how is everybody? While this is drying a moment, I'm doing good. The weather cannot decide what it wants to do anymore. We had that horrible hot week last week, and now this week it's like, I'm going to be sunny, I'm going to rain a bit, I'm going to be sunny again. Oh, let's throw in some gusts of wind right there. And I'm like, oh my gosh. But yeah, no, it's a lot cooler than last week, which is all I'm grateful for. A lot of people are grateful for that right now, actually. Right, let's go over that black bit first. It might just scratch it off, which is fine. And then I'm going to get the yellow and go over some of this. It might scratch too much of the pen away. Hopefully not. That did scratch that bit away, but that is okay there. Like, it actually doesn't matter if you can slightly see some of the black through, because it's like it's added a little shadow. Right, now I'm going to add in a couple of white bits again. I'm going to just add in out. I did lose the black a bit over here, a bit too much. So we're just going to neaten that up a bit. I need to add a bit more of a point to the end of it. Don't know why that's there. That was a bit too much white there as well. I think those eyes are done, if I'm honest with you. A little bit of orange back down here, I think, because I think the Posca pen got rid of that. But yeah, for now I think I'm happy with those eyes. Maybe try and make it look a bit more curved over here, because you know how cat's eyes sort of have that curved, like a contact lens curve bit. Yeah, words are not my friend. But yeah, I'm happy with those eyes. Don't know how well you've been seeing this because it's quite zoomed in. Let me zoom out a bit. It's hard to know what sort of level of zoom to give you, but hopefully that was okay. I mean, it is a little section to be able to see anyway. And let's just get the cat in. So it's a new day, and so yeah, I'm just gonna get started again on the cat. So I'm gonna take, I think, this cream, number 102, and just do a base over the whole cat, but very, very lightly. Because it seems like in that reference image that I've got, it does have a creaminess to it, even with the white, because remember, white is never just white. It's obviously white, but yeah, it has more colours in it. Yesterday I did a painting. I painted a rabbit, and I'm waiting for it to dry. Well, it's dry, but I'm waiting for it to make sure it's fully dry before I put the varnish on the top. So I may or may not show that in my finished pages video, like at the end. I'm trying to figure out, is this her hair or the cat's hair? Like, is her hair coming? I'm doing it as cat hair. Keep it simple. And then we've got the cat paw here, which I didn't notice until like I started looking at it again. So I don't know what the paws look like on this cat because my reference image doesn't have the paws showing. So that's a bit worrisome. But I'm going to start with the face and just see what it's like when I get there. Obviously it doesn't have the long fur on the paws, it's just the shorter fur. So we'll figure something out. Right, so what colour do I want to start with? I'm thinking it'd be best to start with like the browny colour, like the tan parts. But I don't know, because I've got to go light to dark, I think, and then add a little bit of white Posca at the end maybe. So I've got this, I think it's cinnamon, is it cinnamon? Yes, cinnamon, but I think that's called something else now. Or is this the new name for it? I don't... Oh dear, I can't even breathe in air today apparently. Yeah, because they had like those 3 sort of skin tones, didn't they? And then they changed the name. So I think cinnamon is the new name. It was like flesh light, flesh dark or something like that, and they changed them, which is understandable. So I'm just putting a bit of this in the ear because they do have a pinkiness to them. But I've got to remember there's fur here, that's white. And I'm going to put a bit of this around the mouth. Just a tiny bit. And I'm going to base the nose with this colour. Trying to think, would this cat have the... Some cats have like a pinky paw pad and some have like a black paw pad. I'm going to put a bit of pink on this, but I'll probably do it the darker colour, maybe. Just put a bit of this in the cheeks. Why not? It doesn't have to follow the reference image completely, does it? Right. So now I've got the burnt ochre number 187, and I'm just going to try and base, well, go where the tan colour is, just lightly still. I'm still going lightly. I tell you what, the rabbit I did it in acrylic paint, and it's so much easier doing fur with paint than what it is with pencils. Because if you go wrong, the acrylic paint just goes over it. Whereas with pencils, I've got to be careful because, I mean, I can rub out the parts that go wrong, technically, but sometimes that can change your paper, can't it? And I don't want that. I'm only doing it lightly because I want darker and lighter parts of this colour. So on the face there is quite a bit of this, well, like on this neck sort of area. Yeah, I thought I'd get a reference photo because else I would have just done it like a single colour cat, and that's all I ever do. So I thought, why not try something a bit different? And then it's got a lot of white fur here, and then it goes back into the black and tan down a bit. So I'm just gonna do that. It's like got a white fluffy collar on it. What's going to make this stand out is when I add the darker brown and the black. So from what I can see of this part of the leg, sorry, it's just again tan, white and black, sort of patchy. So I'm just going to do a bit of that. And maybe I should just do that for the paw as well, like just have a bit of each colour in. We will see. It'll be fine, don't worry. I'm saying that to myself, not for you. And then on the nose it's actually got a bit of the markings. So now I think I'm going to take my darker brown, which I have picked out Van Dyke Brown 176, and I am going to like put in lightly where the black markings are. I don't want to go straight in with the black in case I do something wrong. So I'm going to put a bit of this brown in this ear as well as the shadow. I do have a grey here which is going to be for my shadows, but having a bit of brown in your shadows on something like this I think is a good idea. Right, let's start on these markings. Again, they don't have to be exact because it's not that cat that they've drawn, you know? It's got a bit of shadow in there. Hard around this mouth area, so sorry if I'm gone quiet, but I don't know what I'm doing, do I? So I have to sort of figure it out as I'm going along. I'll just make sure I do this bit up here first because else I will forget. So it's Saturday again. Like, some of these weeks are going by so fast, but they go slow then fast. Like, it's weird for me. I feel like it goes slow, but then when you're at home it goes fast, which is nothing new really, but It just seems like, where do the months go? Because when you're living out the month, like the week, it seems slow, but before you know it, it's the end of the month again. I mean, it's not the end of the month now, but it's not going to take that much, is it? I'm just going to put a bit of shadow in that bit of the nose. Right. I'm not touching that brown. I mean, I'm not putting any of that brown on that white furry collar part. But this bit is quite dark here. I hope this ends up at least resembling fur slightly. It would be nice. Right, so then down on this bit again, where it gets all dark and furry again. I do want this to be the black fur, because it does have a lot of dark in the reference photo down here. Some of these I'm putting in for shadows, and some of I'm indicating that I want it to have the black fur. I'm going to put a bit of this around that mouth bit. Alright, I think I'm ready to go in with the black for those black bits. Just had to sort of breathe then, like the scary parts are coming. So this under here is the black. So I'm going to be taking my time with this, so, and I apologise if I go a bit too quiet. But I want to try and do this my best. Hopefully this will bring it to life though. I always find when adding the black, you know whether it's going to turn out how you want it. So for some of these bits I'm going to now start sort of doing the lines and not just block colouring. I still have to do the white fur, but I thought white would be easiest to do at the end. Is that the right decision? We will find out. Right. See, it's hard as well because I've got her hair to do in the background there, so I can't really do much fuzzies. I might have to come back and do the some of the white after I've done her hair, because these ear hairs are quite long and I might flick some of them out. I don't know yet. We will see. I will hopefully decide along the way. Just do this nose bit because it's only a small area here. It's got It's so cute though. It's drawn really well, so that helps, you know. There's enough fair detail there for me to not worry 100%. I still worry, but because fur is notoriously difficult. And a bit more of that in there. But like I said, it doesn't have to look like the reference image 100%. It just has to resemble a cat. I'm going to put a bit of shadowing in with the black there. It's white, but whitey tan, but it's got a bit there, so I want to. I will draw the whiskers in as well, probably with a Posca pen. I'm not sure yet. I'll see how well the white polychromo goes over this finished cat, because sometimes it works and sometimes it needs extra assistance from a Posca pen. Difficult around this area. But it is looking cat-like, I think. How are you seeing it? It would take a while to come together. Like I said, this is going to be a long video. I knew that as soon as this page was chosen. But this page was chosen, so it's gonna take how long it takes, isn't it? Right. I'm gonna go. Do I need any more black on up here? No, that's the darker tan area. A little bit there. But more for a shadow than anything. I think I'll do the mouth while I'm here. I'm just going to do it black. I'll do the nostril bit. But that is more pink than black on this cat, so that is shadowed. Right down to this long furry bit. It was mostly black, so we'll be okay, but I'm going to leave a bit of the brown showing through in areas. I keep having to touch the screen so the reference image doesn't disappear on me. I'm just going to sharpen my pencil. I do hope this ends up turning out okay, because I love this illustration. This bit on the black, and I don't know what colour to do the claws. don't know whether to do them a whitey yellow or black. I'll have to look up cat claws. I just leave them for now, I think. Put a bit of shadowing on these as well. Whew. It's getting more serious here. Put a bit more of the shadow in there. I can always come back and add more shadow anyway, can't I? So I'm going to go back to my burnt ochre now and do these tan areas. But some of it will be left lighter, like I left some of the brown in there. This is going to be difficult. Please bear with me. I suggest speeding this up, to be honest. Because it will take a while. I'm sure there are people out there that already speed it up anyway. But yeah, it may be necessary for your sanity, and so you don't waste too long of your life. This goes into white on the nose, so I don't want to do that too much. Like I said, even the white's going to have colour in it. It's just, that's what I want to do last. The difficulty level is increasing. But if you don't push yourself to try these things, you're never gonna be able to do it, are you? I know I surprise myself a lot by how mine turn out. And at the same time, I'm glad this is like recorded, because sometimes I'm like, how did I do that? And then there's the option there. I can just come and look, see how I sort of started, because sometimes I will colour something and then I'm like a year down the road or something, and I haven't coloured something like this, and then you just forget sometimes. Because sometimes, like this, after doing this, I'm not going to want to colour fur like this much fur for quite a while, I think. I don't know, I might find that it was enjoyable. I mean, I like it so far, but let's not jinx me. It's cute though. to admit he's a cute kitty. And apparently I've decided it's a boy. Add some more shadow in that part down there. Like I said, I haven't got a paw picture to know what it looks like. But the leg bit is like I said, patchy. You get some tan, some black, some white. So that is what I'm doing. Ooh. I'm just going to pause a moment. I just looked at what you can see, and it's a bit paler on the camera. I think it's because it's morning sunshine and I've got my light on. So, but I have to have the light on, else I get shadows this way and the other. I think I'm going to add a bit more tan into this ear. I can't actually see this side of the ear on the reference image, but I don't want it to be white. So I'm going to put some of this tan in there. And then some of the brown to add some on the tippy top of the ear. Because cats sometimes have that, don't they? They have like ear bits, markings on the ear. There we go. Like I said, it is the morning, and so don't expect too much from me ever. Right, so I'm going to start to shade the white now, and then I will come back in and add any shadows where I need them. I'm going to actually first, this is the Pompeian Red 191, and I want a bit of this in the ears because that other didn't show up quite as much as I wanted it to. And I may as well do the nose while I'm here, because this is the colour I want on the nose. Although I think the nose needs a bit of the tan colour in it as well, because it does have a slight orange quality. And I'll need some black as well. This would be a nice blush colour. Some black. Just a little bit for the shadowing. And then I'm going to get that cinnamon. It's white as well, but I'll get rid of that black line with the white, I think, but not now. So I did just take a short break, had to put my washing out. So now I'm going to start on the white parts of the fur, and I have this warm grey free 272, and I'm just going to add the shadows. So very nerve-wracking this, because I need it to look white, but I also need it to be shadowed. Now over this side on the picture is a lot brighter white, but because I'm creating the shadow from like her hand and stuff, I am going to add a bit of shadow in that area. This bit here I think is her arm. No, that's her hand, isn't it? Right? Who knows? Who knows at this point? I just keep saying to myself in my head, this will work, this will work. Trying to just convince myself that it's going to work. And like I said, so far so good. But there's always time, isn't there, to mess it up. This part here is actually quite heavily shadowed. It's got shadow in, because obviously there's quite a lot of shape that goes on the mouth area, isn't there? And then you have the sort of, I'm just going to call them whisker rows, where it's like each dot is a whisker, isn't it? So we have pores on our skin, they have these little whisker holes. I don't know what they're called. Trying to look where, because over here is shadowed more than what I've got it, and I haven't done the tan sort of colour on the under eye, which it does show in the illustration that I'm looking at. I say illustration, it's a photo of a cat. I'm trying. It's like I want shadows and stuff, but I don't want to get rid of the texture I've already created, and it's quite difficult. Now this side of the fur is quite shadowed because, like I said, I've got the light coming from this direction. But like I said, for the white areas of fur, I'm going to be going over it with the Posca pen over the black lines. And then obviously that's going to bring the fur to life a bit more anyway in these areas. So I need to make sure I've got the shadows already there, ready for the white, because it makes sense. It's like if I do white hair on a person, really. Hair and fur are pretty much the same situation, except I sometimes feel like fur has more colours go into it, which maybe I should just add more colours into the hair as well, because that would make sense. Like I had quite a few different colours in here, didn't I, to end up with this situation. Like, it's going to look mostly grey for now because, like I said, I need to go over the black lines, which if you don't put enough shadow in, it can make it just look like a white blob instead of actually having anything going on. And I'm going to go in these areas where there's white fur. That needs to be more dark. I'm now going to get a bit of that cream again, because parts of this does look more creamy. But I'm just going to do it lightly, because not everywhere has it. It's just like this sort of neck bit. Put a bit in the ears as well, I think of that. Never did decide what colour to do the paw pad bits, did I? It does have some yellow in it, like bits around the eyes. So I need to put the grey here a bit better. It's like I said, when I get the white Posca on it, it's gonna look different. I'm just gonna give them grey paw pads. I think it's time for the white Posca, people. That's even scarier thinking about it. And then I can see what finishing touches I need to put on it. Right, I'm going to do the nose first. I'll get rid of this black line because we don't want a black line on the nose. I will be going over it with the pinky, peachy, cinnamon colour. So now it's just time to go over all these lines. It doesn't matter if part of it's showing through. I just don't want a million black lines on white fur. I think that maybe was part of her hair coming through on the cat, but I'm not doing it as that, am I? think that would have looked weird to me. I don't know what to do them now. I think I'll do a few. It always looks weird when you start doing white lines, but once you get all the ones need doing, sorry, it tends to look a lot better. Just want to make it look like it sort of connects. Do a few in down here. I'm just going to do white claws. If I decide on a different colour, I can always use my pencil to go over it, can't I? Okay, my reference image has gone off my screen because I was just going over lines, so I wasn't really looking. So I need to put these whiskers in. I was going to do it with a pencil first, but then I thought, why? I just make it easy for myself. I'm going to go not over, but partially over some of these dots. Some of them are quite large. Right, and now over some of these lines that are in the white fur area. Just put a bit under the eye. This nose line here needs to go. I'll go back over that line with a pinkier colour because it's just not the right colour. Right, now it's got some whiskers up on the top of this, so I'm going to do them white as well. If I have to go over them again after I do her hair, I will. At this point, I want my cat done. and then it's got white fur here, so I'll get rid of those lines. They're unnecessary for how I'm colouring the cat. Like, obviously if I had a darker furred cat, I would not need to get rid of some of these lines, because I've gone lighter fur in areas. I need to. Right, now the furry ear parts, I'll go over those black lines. And on this ear, I want that furry bit up there a bit lighter. There's quite a lot of black lines in this ear. Might need to go over that a second time. It went a bit grey. I think because this Posca pen is still running out. But I refuse to start a new one. Well, this one still has life in it. That's better. Maybe it just needed pumping again. I'm going to add a few of my own because the ears seem to be very fluffy. And it's not all going the same direction either, so I'm just going to add some in. Get rid of a couple of those black lines because I've got a bit of white fur spotted around. Oh. I think I like it. And I'm going to add a little bit down here. Or should I say a bit more, because I did add some, didn't I? Right, and I don't like this black line on the ear. Just didn't, and this one I'm going to get rid of as well. I don't know, it just looked weird to me. You're probably thinking, oh, it looks weirder now. Just gonna I need to wait for that to dry a moment before I can put a bit of shading back in to certain parts. Actually, I want to get rid of these black lines first. They don't look like they belong. I don't know, I just feel weird about having no lines in there, but I will be going back over that with a brown. I feel like that just needed lightening up a touch. So this nose bit should be dry, so I'm going to go over with the cinnamon and hope for the best. It might scratch some of it off, but that's fine. Doesn't that look better though than having the black line there? I think so. Right, I'm going to take the grey. I'm going to take the white and just go over this nose shadow a minute because that went too grey in my opinion. Black, sorry. Too black. I'm going to blend some of this out. Some of it was a bit rough and I don't know why I didn't have the white. Like, why haven't I used the white on white fur? But yeah. So as you can see, I'm just going over the whole of the white furry bit, hoping it will help not make the Posca pen look too, whatchamacallit, what's the word? Like too harsh, that's the word I'm looking for. Maybe I'll just go over these ones with the white as well actually. Maybe I just go over all of it with the white. Makes sense. It'll pick up some colours around it in areas, so make my life easier. Just go over those claws because they looked a bit out of place as well. Now onto the face. You don't want to get rid of it too much, I just don't want it to be weird looking, like me. Oh dear. And then there are a couple of places where I do want to get the black or a darker colour. Get that ear out. I think it'll look better though once I've coloured her in. But I do like this. I think it's the most realistic cat I've ever coloured anyway. Yeah, I just want to put the black in the mouth bit again because I kind of lost it. Add some black lines in to the fur again because I lost a bit of the darkness in some areas when I was using my other colours. I will just outline that again. Just add a few black hairs. Add a few I don't know, it just makes it look more realistic for some reason. I don't know. I am no good at explaining things normally, but today I'm bad. So I do apologise. I think I'm going to leave it here so I don't completely ruin it. But yeah, some of that darker fur might show through. How are we looking on the camera? Hopefully it looks okay. Yep. Looks near enough the same as what I'm seeing. In person I can kind of see the orangey colour slightly more. But yeah, I like it. I have noticed this bit looks a bit too white though. So what do you think? Cat done? I think so. So I'm going to take a break here, I think, because whew, that was a lot. I say that and then I like... There we go, that will do. I'm actually really happy with that. So next part will probably, I don't know, I'll have to think about what sort of skin colour and hair colour I want to give her, so I'll be back later. A new day has begun and it is quite sunny outside, so the lighting may be a bit strange at times if it like goes behind a cloud or anything like that. And I did a quick Google search on Goddess Freya, and just to see how she's like depicted, what she looks like, and I always saw her with pale skin and blonde hair. Like 99% of images I saw were like that, so that's what I'm going to go for. So I'm going to do her hair next because I have the colours out ready, and I'm just going to do a base of this cream number 102 to start with over all of her hair. So I think this inner bit here is her neck, so I'm not going to do that. But also this is quite scary because now I really don't want to mess this page up because of how I feel like I've succeeded with the cat. So here's hoping, and yeah, all her sort of jewellery and accessories tend to be like, well, they're gold, but I see them in images as more of a like champagne soft sort of gold, not the sort of yellow gold, which I'm happy about because I'm not a huge fan of yellow gold. But I may or may not get my gold acrylic paint for the accessories. I will see. That will probably be the last thing I do, is the accessories. So hopefully by then I will decide what I want to do with them. Yeah, I'm just doing the blonde hair at the moment. It will take a while. Everything's going to take a while with this page because it is one of my favourites in the whole book. Why I'm starting with is your choice. But yeah, I've put high hopes on this page, so now I'm terrified. And I can't really zoom in because the way I colour hair, I don't do a section at a time, I do a colour at a time. So I'd have to keep moving the page around. So there are zoom in options for YouTube, as I've said before. You can zoom in, although I don't have a computer to be able to check how it works on that. I do have a laptop though, so I guess I don't use YouTube on my laptop though, so it's not something I would remember to do when I'm on the laptop. My laptop is like more for like storing photos and stuff. Yeah, it's for my camera, my proper camera. I use my phone for videoing for YouTube. I have a camera for photos, for like holidays and trips and stuff. I'm just going to do this as all hair. I'm not going to. And then she's got a tie in her hair. So just a light layer of this cream over the whole thing. And I know I have to keep putting my hand on the cat. It's the way I colour. I can't not put my hand on the page. Go around the feathers. Because feathers are gonna probably have to be white as well. This is a very detailed page. Now do I, or don't I? I think the hair and like has a gap in there. So I'm just, sometimes it's hard to tell what's hair and what's the background. But I don't think I'm going to be giving this page a background. I think it would completely take away from the illustration, in my opinion. Is that what her hair is? Or is that bit hair? I'm gonna leave it like that. I have no idea. I don't know if this artist has coloured versions available to look at. I never looked beforehand. My brain has actually forgot who this was by. Oh, Hollow Moon Art. They are stunning images though, aren't they? Trying to line that back up again. Right, so that is the layer of cream down, I hope. We have one ear here, but no ear over here. So that's good for when colouring the skin. I only have to remember one ear. Oh, I've missed a little bit in here. In between the feathers, aren't we? There isn't a line here, but her hair would be going around that. So I'm just going to take my black pencil and just do that to remind me where it ends. Which also means there'd be hair in that little bit there. I know, it's only a tiny bit. But I feel like I've got to put it in there. Remind me again later when I'm using the other colours. Right. I feel like I should put the shadows in first. I think I'll go from not my darkest brown, but the raw umber 180, just so I have the option, like I don't go too dark too soon because it is blonde hair, and I won't be using black for shadows, that's for sure, but I have that Van Dyke brown from when I did the cat, so there will be some of that in there for the shadows. This is so wavy as well, it's going to be hard to get it right, but every single black line is going over with Posca, so it will look dark to start with anyway. But as you know, when you add the Posca on, you lose some of your colour, so it's always better to add those shadows. I think I'm adding too much of this colour, but this is the shadowed side of her hair. Like this side, as we said, the light is coming across, so hopefully it will be alright. And as I said, I can put those whiskers back in that are coming off of the cat's head if I colour over them, which I will. No doubtedly I will colour over those. It will definitely need that dark Van Dyke brown. Oof. So now I'm going to go up here. So I'm just putting some lines in. I'll sort it out in a bit. Like I said, this side's going to be lighter anyway. I've got to try and remember that when I get to that side, because I've done that plenty of times where I've done the dark side first and then started colouring this side, the other side, and forgot it needs to be lighter, so I've done it too dark. But hopefully that won't happen today. Because obviously the cream, well, and white are my lightest colours, and then I have this raw umber, and I have here as well the light yellow ochre as my medium colours. So I want to try my best. So now this side will have some shading still, obviously, but I think it'll have more of that light yellow ochre than this colour. I'll put a bit of that in the hairline. And up here there will be shadowing because of her accessories, the feathers and such. I'm just going to sharpen. Yeah, I didn't know what colour to do her hair, which is why I looked up a reference. I thought it's the best option, since it is somebody that was supposed to have existed. Let's see how history sort of makes her look. I did not cut. Oh, that's the ear, that's why. Oh my gosh, my ears were my ears? Oh my god. My eyes were tricking me, thinking that was a bit of uncoloured hair for a second. Yeah, send help. Immediately. Oh dear. It's going to be one of those days. Right, so I'm going to put a bit of shadowing in down here. You would still get a few strands even in the lighter areas, wouldn't you? I think it's more the brown that's going to be over this side than over this side. Over this side, over this side. Yeah, yeah. Words, people. I think I'm going to go in the plait and do the plait bit, because it's throwing me off what's the plait and what's behind it. So obviously the inner bits of the plait is where the hair would be darkest. So just throw in a few squiggles. Just following the direction of the lines that are there. Is this the quickest way to do hair? Probably not. Is this the way I'm going to colour the hair? Yes. It will all be okay. Again, I'm saying that to myself. It'll all be okay. Just got to reassure myself every step of the way. It's the Posca pen that's going to take the longest. What I might do for that is, though, go off of camera and do the white Posca. You're going to know what I mean by just putting the white Posca pen over the lines, because it'll be easier for me if I'm able to turn the book when doing that. I haven't even barely begun yet and I'm already like, oh, is this ever gonna end? No, it's gonna be what I do with these tattoos and that tattoo. That is an accessory. I'm not sure whether this bit is a tattoo or an accessory, but that looks more on her skin, whereas that is definitely elevated from the skin. So we will see about that. Like, as I'm colouring other parts, I'm always thinking how to do the other bits. And because now I know her skin is going to be pale, I don't have to really worry about that other than picking my colours out. But I've done a lot of pale skin, so I'm not really worried. Right, now I can add some of this into these areas, but not too much because, like I said, this is a lighter side. I only want bits here and there. Right, I think that's enough of that colour. Again, I can always add more later if I'm not satisfied. I feel like that bit needs it in there. So now I'm going to get my light yellow ochre. Wow, my mouth went dry then. Like I said, it is really sunny today. It is Sunday. That Sunday that was going to be hot. It is hot. So I actually have the curtains pulled over because else the sun would be blazing through it right now, because in the afternoons that's what it does. It blazes through my window. So when it's this hot I do tend to close the curtains over so it doesn't boil in here, because oh my gosh, there have been so many times where I have felt like I've been cooked alive in this room. But you gotta enjoy it while it lasts, because August won't last forever, the summer won't last forever, and then we'll be moaning it's cold, as we do. So I'm going to try to enjoy it. Obviously this side is the more shadowed side, the darker side, but again it's still going to have its light bits, because it's not like she's in a dark room. I'm imagining her outside. Somebody has started to mow the grass. So, yeah. If you can hear that, I apologise, but there's nothing I can do about that, and I'm not stopping because I'm in the zone. And if I come out of the zone to wait for them to be done, I may not come back again. You know what I mean, right? When you've put yourself in the colouring zone, you have to stay there, else it goes away too easily. I don't think it's a close by house that's cutting the grass. Well, close enough to hear it, but I feel like it's at least on the other side of the street. Right, I think that's enough in there. So over to this side now. Hopefully they won't be too long doing it, but I'm not sure if the phone will even pick it up. I do have ice in my drink, so if you hear clinking when I pick up my drink, that's why. Again, it's hot, I need ice. Although I tend to have ice whether it's hot or not. More often, obviously, in summer. But sometimes in winter I still want an icy drink. It's like, I don't really go in coffee shops because they're overpriced, and yeah, I don't enjoy sitting around in a place just to drink a drink. But yeah, when I go in there, I have milkshake, even if it's winter. I like milk. I like the coffee shop milkshake, especially the one that's, or one of the ones that's where I live. They do a good milkshake. But yeah, I only ever really go in there if I'm with somebody else that wants to go in there. I would never choose to get a drink from a coffee shop on my own. I don't know if that's normal or not, but yeah. Yeah, I don't drink coffee anyway. I like tea, but I'll happily just have a tea from home. It is looking a bit more golden than I was supposed to do it. But like I said, white pen will destroy some of the colour put down, because it just will. But at the same time, I'm liking this colour, as long as it's blonde. I don't need... It wasn't a white blonde in the picture, but it was lighter than this. I didn't save the picture, I just did a quick Google and I was like, okay, she's blonde, pale skin, okay, that's what I'll do. I think at the moment I'm sort of colouring my own hair because my hair is blonde, but it's not that light blonde. It used to be when I was a kid, until I was probably about 14-15 years old, my hair was really light, and then I don't know what happened, it just changed. It got the more golden tones in it. It's got some strands of orange, but not enough to make my hair ginger. But it really annoys me actually when people say I don't have blonde hair, and I'm like, what colour is it? Because people nowadays are used to calling blonde that bottle blonde, like bleach blonde, and that's all they think blonde is. But there are like loads of different shades of blonde, like there's loads of different shades of brown. I do find it funny though when people say they're blonde and they've literally got brown hair. I'm not sure if they've got some sort of colour blindness. Well, I'm talking about like one specific person that I've met in my life. They were adamant that they had blonde hair, but like everybody around them was like, no, you've got brown hair. So I think they may have had some sort of colour blindness. Like, can you get it where it's not the same shade? Because obviously some people, like me, I see these colours as making up blonde, but maybe other people would see this as making up something else. I don't know. I know everybody's eyes is different, so but yeah. I don't know. I'm going to add some of my darker shades now with this Van Dyke brown. Oh wow, that snapped. But yeah, it just makes you think how other people see. So maybe they did think they had blonde hair. Well, obviously they thought they had blonde hair, but yeah, you never know. Maybe that's why people thought that I didn't have blonde hair. Who knows? It's a weird conversation. I'm going to change it now. But it was colour related. And that's got my mind thinking. I'm not going to put too much of this in. If I need it like shaded a bit more, I can add a bit of a grey. I don't want to, but if necessary. I do think it's heading in the way that I want it to look, at least. Oh, I received an email yesterday. I can't remember what shop it was for, but they were saying that Halloween stuff's on sale. And I'm like, is it that time of year already? That they're getting things ready for Halloween? And I'm like, it's not going to be long till they put Christmas stuff out, because everybody knows they just practically have Christmas and Halloween out at the same time nowadays, and it's ridiculous. It's like they start putting Easter stuff out like at Christmas. It gets far too early, and I'm just like, oh, that is true though. They have mince pies out on some shops now, and I'm like, the date on them doesn't even last till Christmas. Yes, you don't have to eat them at Christmas, but it used to be that you'd get them and the expiry date would be like either just before or just after Christmas, because that's the time of year that they're eaten. But now it's like a free-for-all. They may as well just sell them all year round. Do they sell them all year round? I don't think so. But yeah, very little amount of this over this side. I do need it in the plaits, so for those centre bits. Bit up here. Whew. Every time I put a pencil line down, I'm like, don't ruin it. And it snapped again. I need to learn one less turn of my pencil sharpener, and it will be fine. Anybody watching anything interesting? Nobody ever answers my questions. I think people watch me on mute. That's fine by me. But I still get curious. Like, what are people colouring? What are people watching? Like, are there any YouTube channels out there you can recommend me? Because I feel like the people that I normally watch aren't posting as many. Like, obviously they have lives, but I miss watching them, and it's like, it's sad when somebody you watch doesn't post anything anymore. And I'm going to put a bit of brown in some of these. I think that's enough for the brown, because I already think I've done too much of it. I think it needs some. So now I'm going to get my white. Yeah, I'm not putting that cream in again because it's already there. So I'm just getting my white and gonna have at it. can just imagine myself sharpening this like 2 times, because this white will make everything else lighter as well, so that's good for what I'm going for. I wouldn't recommend this if you wanted to keep the colour that was already put down. I would probably use one of those blender pencils. But for my goal, I think this is enough. And then it'll be the time-consuming white Posca pen, which I don't know whether to use the one that's running out or the one like a new one, because it is a lot of lines. I just use the one that I've got running out. Yeah, I just hate white lines on light hair and fur. It doesn't make sense to me, but I like the lines there to be able to colour it, so that's why I don't get rid of the lines first. That would be counterproductive for me. I do like this with the white on the top. Sorry about the tapping sound. I have a thing on my desk and my pencil just keeps knocking it every now and again. Sharpen as expected, but you can see how much lighter that's made the hair. Which is exactly what I want. So now over to the other side, making sure I hadn't missed any bits, but I don't think so. So now just do the same on this side. I like to go in the direction of the hair, because then if anything gets spread out, like if my white picks up any pigment of the other colours, it gets put in the area on the same part of the hair. Do that bit. I did forget that bit, but that'd be light anyway. Go over these strands so I don't forget. And that bit I left white because I feel like the ends are, I know the ends are the lightest on my hair, like when they're sort of blowing in the wind and whatnot, they can, and got the sunlight on them, they look white. You can see how much lighter this side of the hair is now compared to the other side, which is nice. I like how it dulls down the black lines already, even before I've got my Posca on. It helps me see actually where I've actually done the white pencil, because if it's still got black lines, then I haven't gone over it yet. Because this turns them into like soft grey lines. So if you didn't have a Posca pen, this would probably be your best option, like going over it with the white. Or you can use a white gel pen. I know a lot of people use white gel pens, I just don't get along with gel pens at all. I'm going to go over that E a bit. You just missed the dog barking. I did pause it. Yeah, it didn't bark much, but a bit yappy. We're quite lucky around here. We have people with dogs, but they're not noisy dogs. I don't know what they're like in their own homes, but we don't really hear much from them. Occasional bark. Obviously, if you get like thunder and that, sometimes you'd hear the animals more then. The poor things. Luckily we don't have storms like that very often. It does make you wonder how loud they hear it, because obviously animals have tend to have better hearing than humans, so it's no wonder they get scared. Now this end bit, and then all I have to do is the white Posca pen. Oh my god, it's going to take me ages. Ooh, so I will be probably back. This bit doesn't look like it's got much over it. And that bit, I don't know, did I go over that bit? I know I didn't go over that one. I was probably thinking I'll just go over that with a white Posca. But yeah, so hopefully that will look okay. I'll be back. So I went ahead and did that, and as you can see, where I was worrying I had gone too dark, I actually probably could have gone a bit darker, because now her hair is very, very blonde without those black lines in it. And yeah, I like it, but I have thought to myself, I think I need to do something in the background to make her hair pop, because I figure these feathers, I'm probably going to want to get rid of the black lines for the feathers as well. And yeah, so maybe like a solid colour background, maybe like a dark blue or purple. But yeah, I'll do that at the end if I decide to do that anyway. But yeah, I'm so happy with it. But I don't know what colour to do her hair tie. I think I'm actually just going to do it brown, because I have that Van Dyke brown, don't I? So yeah, I'm just going to quickly do that, like nothing fancy. Bit of black in the shadows. But yeah, happy. I'm so happy with this page so far. But it's also the first page in this book that I'm colouring, so I'm going to want to do this standard throughout the whole book, and that's terrifying because there are a lot of pages in here. Maybe only the portraits I will do more seriously. I'm going to put a bit of the, whatchamacallit, burnt ochre, just add a different colour in there, and then the white. I feel like it. And then I will add a bit more shadow with the Van Dyke Brown. Just gives it that soft look when you add the white, which I think it needs. Yeah, so definitely lean in towards a colour in the background, but what I'll do is I'll probably border it off and then put the colour in. Yeah, that took forever as well, that white Posca. I definitely think this is on its last legs. The amount of times I had to like shake it and pump it, and there wasn't much difference after doing that. I think I'm about ready to say goodbye to that one. Right. So next up, I think it'd be the skin to colour. So let me pause while I think for the skin. So the next part I'm going to be colouring is her skin, and I'm just going to go for a palish tone, pale to mid sort of tone. I've got quite a few colours here. So I have white, I have the Van Dyke Brown number 176 that I've already used on the page. I have Burnt Carmine 193, that is going to be for like cheeks, lips and those sort of warmer, pinkier areas. Then I have Light Red Violet number 135. That is going to be, I'm going to start my marking for shadows with that one. Then I have Red Violet 194, which is also going to be for my shadows, but the darker shadows, along with the brown, is going to be used with the darkest shadows and maybe where some of these freckles sort of are. I might also add some freckles onto her skin. And then I have my main skin colour, which is the beige red 132, which used to be called, what was it, Light Flesh it used to be called before they changed the name, because the original set I had was a long time ago. I think it was 36 in that tin, and it was actually called Light Flesh, and that is why I mention both names, just in case somebody's got an old set, because it took me forever to use through that old set. So I'm not sure if I think I still have some of the originals from that set. So I'm going to get on with it, and normally I would do a base of like that beige red to start with, but I think I'm just gonna go in with shadows. I apologise, just dying here for no apparent reason. So yeah, I think I'm just going to mark where my shadows are first, because I do want her to be pale, so I don't want to add that colour in and then add more of it in later. Kind of goes against everything I normally, how I would start, but here we go. So this is the light red violet 135, and yes, this is going to be the darker brown, but I like to lightly mark out where my shadows are going to be beforehand. Some of them I make darker, some of them I keep at this level. But yeah, I do like to know what I'm doing. I'll at least attempt to know what I'm doing. So as you might remember, on the cat I was bringing the light in from this side, so I also want to bring the light in on her from this side. So this side will be the lightest and this will have more shadows thrown upon it. So hopefully I can do her justice. Again, if you want to just see the process and not listen, that's fine. Just speed the video up, and yeah, because it will be a long process as are all my videos, but I would never say to somebody, oh, you've got to watch through it all. That just isn't right. Just watch what you want. There's a bit of hair there, and you'd get shadows from her accessories onto this part of the head anyway. So yeah, just gotta go with it. It makes it look like I'm giving her purple skin, doesn't it? Once you go over with that, because I know it as light flesh, I forget what colour beige red. Yeah, once I go over with beige red, it will just make it look like a darker beige red and not purple anymore. Right. So some of these shadows, like I said, I will then add the brown or the, what colour was that, red violet. Ah yes, because this is light red violet, so that makes sense that I've picked red violet as the darker. That is inside the ear, so that's just going to have shadow in anyway. We'll put some on her lips as well, although her lips will be slightly different anyway. I do need her face shape a little bit shaded. It's difficult to know where to put the face shadows. I don't want any makeup on her, maybe a little bit of pink in the cheeks, but more of a natural pink than a blusher pink. Right, now onto her arm. So this side would have a shadowing going on. You see, I'm taking this as a tattoo, and I think I'm going to do it like just black, but like different. Like obviously, like her arm's got shadowing on it, I'm gonna try and add the shadowing into the tattoo as well, but it will be black. Although inside these bits I want it skin tone. I only want the tree and the outer circle black. I'm just making things harder for myself, but I will try because that's what I want to do. If the black tattooing doesn't work, I will get the gold paint on it, because I already know I'm getting gold paint on this anyway, so. I think the tattoo will take longer than the rest of the skin. So as we get over to this side, it's not going to be shadowed as much. I'll sort of add it lightly, so I remember to colour it. Because that's always a worry when you've got things that are in the image but not part of the main sort of bit. I know I forget about things quite often, and I have to like remind myself that they're there. And I just coloured a bit of the tree. That's okay. Like I said, it's going to be black, so it'll go over this anyway. And then I want that to be black as well. The band tattoo around her arm, I've decided that is a tattoo. But obviously got the skin tone in the middle going on. And then you have her arm down here. So I'm just going to connect that up. Probably should have used the lightest skin tone to do that, but that's okay. I'm sure it'll be fine. Now this part of her arm is going to be shadowed because it'll be shadowed by the rest of her body. So I'm just going to colour the whole of that part purple. You could say then, well, shouldn't the whole of the cat have been shadowed as well? But that is sort of tucked in by the body and the cat is on the other side, so you wouldn't have light from many places on that part. And here is a hand. I hate shading hands. I never feel like I'm doing it right, and I'm just glad when it still looks like a hand at the end. So yeah, pretty much don't follow me for hand shadows unless you like the outcome. Look at the outcome before if you are going to follow my hand shadows, because sometimes they look fine to me and other times I can never get them right. And I'm just going to keep these as black markings on her fingers. I don't know what they say. I cannot. Because to me they look like an RFBN sort of thing. But that is not going to be what they actually are, is it? Keep forgetting the light's coming from that way, because normally I would shade this under bit and have the light on the outside, but because the light is coming that way, that is the part that would have the lighter area. Right, and then the rest of her body, you would have some shading under the arm, and then I'm just going to lightly extend that out. I think that's good enough for my markings. So now I'm going to take the red violet and go on the darker bits. Just the darker areas. So it won't be on everywhere that I've just put that, but it will be on all the inner parts of where I want shadows to be. But I'm still only pressing lightly. You always press lightly with polychromos anyway. Pressing hard doesn't really get you anywhere. Even if you want to do it that solid colour, you need to layer everything up as you just get your indentations on the page. Trust me, I've been there a few times, especially on Colour in Heaven paper. I've had to save a few pages, like certain areas I press down too hard, and then yeah, it makes it more difficult to get what you want. So light layers is worth the time and effort. I am going to be putting the redder colour into her cheeks, but she still has to have shadowing on her cheeks as well, even if they are a different colour. Under the nose here I feel like should have more shadowing, and again I have the brown to go over the darker shadows as well. Colour in Heaven have recently released 2 new books, which is the Taylor Swift unofficial pocket-sized chibi book, which I did buy. Who are the illustrations by in this? I'm not sure who did the illustrations. Normally it'll say on the front cover, but this just says 32 100% unofficial kawaii designs of Taylor. That's strange. Let me look on the inside. Ah, Josh Lee. Ah, no wonder I liked it, because they brought out the Taylor Swift larger book, which was more realistic images, and I thought to myself then, I don't want to colour that many pictures of Taylor Swift. Like, if there was like 5 or 10 of Taylor and then 5 or 10 of somebody else, then I would do it. But then this pocket-sized one came out and it's adorable, and I'm like, well, they're just fun. And if I really don't want to colour one as Taylor, knowing me, I probably still will colour them as her. Yeah, they look like fun. So I got it. Might as well just show you it. It's here, Taylor. And then, even more beautiful in my opinion, like this one is stunning. They have a new collection out of Africa, and they are by Andy Davies. And I remember when his illustrations were in a previous issue and they were absolutely beautiful, and now you have a full book of his. And yeah, I haven't done a proper flip through myself yet, but look how stunning they are. Like, it's Africa with animals, like, just like beautiful, like all the design within the design. There was a few of those in here, but yeah, you get a few different types. I do love that. That is absolutely stunning. Yeah. It might take me a while to get to this because of how beautiful it is. You know what I'm like. But yeah, there are 2 new books that I picked up today. I thought I need them in my collection. When I say I'm doing the Colouring Heaven this month, it also includes purchasing new ones apparently. So yeah, yeah. I was already going to buy the Taylor one, and then I saw the release of the Africa one, and I thought, okay, I'm going to the shop today. Because I wasn't really in a rush to get the Taylor one. I was just going to get it when I was next in the shop, because where I live they don't sell out fast, so I have at least a week or 2 to be able to buy them. Before then I may struggle. Do you ever find it weird that there are so many people that colour, and in your area as well, but you don't know any of them, but you know people from halfway around the world that colour? Because obviously when you're in the shop there's always a different amount of magazines left on the shelf, like taking the Colour in Heaven for instance. But I don't know anybody else that colours them. I'm like, who else is buying them near me? I'm glad they are because it keeps them in the shops, but sometimes you want to know. You need to know these things. But yeah, it's nobody around me. I know one of my sister-in-laws has a couple of them, but she doesn't colour like I do. She's more of a be in the moment. She has a book she's working through, which that's looking great. But I can't do that. I can't just work in one book. I'll put a bit of that on there. I've got to remember to bring these shadow parts into the tattoo into the tattoo when I'm actually colouring that, because just doing it solid black would look like it would just contrast too much in the wrong place. Again, to the hand that I have no idea how to shade. I'm just glad the cat's there done nicely, because if the rest of it doesn't look good, at least I've got a nice cat to look at. I'm sorry that I took a detour onto showing you Colour in Heaven, but as this is a Colour in Heaven book as well, I thought if you're already watching this video, you probably have some sort of like towards the magazine. And it's always nice to know what new ones are out there. So I get emails and I'm part of the Facebook group, so I see it when it's coming out and stuff. To me it looks like I've got the shadows where I want them, like looking at it, which is good. Put a bit of this darker in here. I maybe should have done the freckles first or freckles last. I'm not used to adding freckles. I've done it a couple of times and they've been okay. They've been acceptable anyway. I feel like it needs a bit of that on that side, else it'll look weird. And then on the underarm, the armpit area, I like doing my shadows with purpley colours. I always think it looks more natural once you're finished than just using browns. I don't know, I just find it easier. Right, actually a bit on that ear bit there I think, because that accessory I can't remember if I already mentioned this about doing her nails or not, because it has been a couple of days since I've done the hair. But there was a lady at work that had her nails done and they were like a peachy cream colour, and then you see where the black lines are here, she had those bits gold. So I'm thinking that's inspired me to do that, like a peachy colour with gold on it. I think it would go nicely with like the gold accessories that she's going to have and stuff. So now I'm going to take the blush colour, the Burnt Carmine 193, and put it in her cheeky face area. Oh no, cheeky face area. So, so technically correct. Yeah, I'm going to put a little bit on her eyes. I've never done any of the darker shadow colour on her lips. No. Let me go back and do that a moment. Because her lips are going to have more of this burnt carmine in than any of the rest of the page, but I still need my shadows. The good thing about polychromos is that if you don't get it completely right the first layer, if you're going lightly, you can go back in over the top, add another layer, which is great. And I'm not pressing down hard with this. I want a bit of the pink in her nose. Right, I'm just going to go in on the lips with this colour. I think she would have a bit of pink in her chin anyway. Oops. I do like how that looks. And I apologise again if I've gone silent. It's just, I really do want this to turn out how I want it to. I'm sure you understand. And I haven't done her eyebrows. It's a good thing I keep my hair colours out. Well, I've kept every colour out that I've used on this page. Because it's like why I'm using that brown that I've used before on the cat. If you use the same brown, then it helps connect the different parts of the illustration. I'm not saying you have to use the same brown. If I needed to use a different brown because I was giving her a different type of skin, then obviously that's fine. But because this would do the job of what I wanted it for anyway, it just makes sense to use it. Pink on her shoulders. do add a bit of it in because it if I only had the pink in the face, then her face would look like different skin than the rest of her body. So I just add a little bit here and there. In the hands would be probably a good place to have it, because I don't know about you, but like my hands get pink even more than, like, just like my face gets pink, my hands get pink. But it is more on the inside of the hands that goes pink than the outside. So I think that's okay for the amount of that colour in there. It is lovely and sunny today. Lovely and sunny. So I do have to keep having some of my drink because it is refreshing. And obviously when it's sunny, the air can be a bit dry. So it makes your throat dry when you're talking. Again, you need to hydrate. So now I have the Van Dyke Brown for my darkest shadows areas, which I'm basically going to go over that neckline, under her lip. I'm going to put a little bit on the lip where the shadows are mostly, which is mostly this side. But now the brown is over the top of the red, it doesn't make it look like too much of a harsh brown, but it's also making it so the black lines that are on the lips don't look as prominent. I may still have to go over the upper lip with, I'll see what it looks like after the white pencil's been over it. We will see, because I don't want it so obvious. Obviously I'm not going for full realism, I can't do that, but I like to get close. Obviously the cat, I think, looks close enough for me. Yeah, I can't do full realism. I don't need to do full realism. That would take me forever. I definitely wouldn't be able to film it. It would. Ooh, just imagining how long that takes people to do. I can't imagine. That's when I get like surprised when proper artists, like professional artists, post like new artwork and you're like, it's only been like 2 days since you last posted, and that was realistic as well, and like they look amazing, but then you find out, oh, they've been working on several pieces at the same time, so that's why. And I was like, ew. Makes sense now why so many were completed within a shorter time frame. I think I'm going to go over the eyelashes with this brown, because I don't necessarily need her to have solid black eyelashes. Because having this blonde hair, you wouldn't have black eyelashes anyway. Well, most likely. I like it. I am so happy with this. I just keep stopping and looking at it like a weirdo. Do need to blend that out a slight touch. I do, I like it. You can definitely tell that one side of the face has the light on, which is all I really care about. Like, you can tell what side the light's coming from. I'm happy. I never put any pink in there, but I didn't need to. That's okay. Whew. A bit in that in there. Now I've got to go in all of these little bits again on this side of the arm. But this is the darkest shadow, so it doesn't need to be everywhere. And it doesn't need to be as dark. If I don't want it to be, I completely missed that bit. So what's everybody up to? I've probably already asked that in this video, but like I said, it's been a couple of days since I've filmed and I forget what I've already said. So if I ever repeat myself in the same video, just act like you've only heard it the once. Or think of it as a reminder. I said it at the beginning of the video, I said it at the middle, I said it at the end. Just a reminder of what I've said. I know I'm not the only one that does it. I've heard people repeat themselves in videos and it's fine. It's not like it stops, it's not like I repeat go back to colouring where I was when I mentioned it the previous time, is it? Now that would be weird. Right. Doing the arm. And I think I'm achieving the pale tone that I'm going after. We'll find out for sure when I add the beige red on it. And I remembered it's called beige red. Well done me. That's okay. Oh, this part of the arm. Almost forgot. That wouldn't have been good, would it? Just forget a complete chunk of arm. Right. Beige red time, I think. Just got to mentally prepare myself. Small break over. Right, time for the beige red, number 132. After the beige red, I will add in the freckles properly. Don't know how I'm completely going to do that yet. Just going step by step at the moment. So this beige red, I'm just blending out those other colours until I'm left with like a light spot. And then I will go over with the white. Hopefully that will get rid of the strength of some of the black lines when I go over with white. So it does need it. You notice how the purple doesn't look like purple now, it's just like, you can tell that it's got the purple in her skin, but her skin isn't purple. I really need to do those eyebrows. That's what I mean about illustrations. I forget things that are there. You don't mean to, but it does happen. Go up and do the eyelid first. I'm actually glad her eyes are shut. Because, I don't know, I feel like doing her eyes on this would have been a challenge to make them... I'm not the best with eyes. Not the most comfortable anyway. I love looking at how other artists colour their eyes, but I'm not very good at doing it. Like, some people make it look so simple. It's not. And sometimes it's difficult getting both eyes to be the same but different. Hopefully I'll get there in time. Like, you gotta practice at anything to get any better at it. But I always find there's that moment where it just clicks and then you can do it. It makes no sense, like you had been trying for so long and then suddenly, wait a minute, that's how you do it. Like, I don't know. See, I'm a lot more comfortable with skin now, like adding different colours. I can't really explain when that happened. Like, I think that was sort of one of those moments where I suddenly was like, okay, that does work. You can do that, you can add that colour. But I don't remember ever being told that I could do that. Like, I've seen other people do things, but then doing it yourself is completely different. Yeah, I'm just babbling on, aren't I? I'll stop. But yeah, I am happy with that skin tone. Again, just the white. The white will pale it down a bit, which is fine. Ooh, almost missed above her eyebrow. I would have noticed when I went in to do the eyebrow, so I would hope. But yeah, it does look weird at the moment because of the eyebrows. Now on to her body. I wonder if anybody else has coloured this page yet. I don't think I've seen a completed one. I don't know if I've already said that. Like I said, I cannot remember. Because I started this page not long after the poll had ended, I think. There might have been a couple of days after the poll ended. See, I can't even remember that. I swear I sleep and my brain just wipes back to day one again. And then you can remember the silly things that you don't need to remember, but the important things, nope, they're gone. I'm so happy. Next week I'm only working for 2 days. Like today's Friday, so I have Monday and Tuesday, and then I am off until the following Tuesday, because I only used 3 days of my holiday, but then I don't work weekends, so I have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off, and then my normal weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and then we have a bank holiday on Monday. So it's going to be so nice, but I am looking after my brother's cats, so for a couple of those days. But I do have a couple of days to myself as well. Although I say a couple of days to myself, when I'm with the cats, it's like myself as well, but with added benefits. Like you're alone, but you're not alone. Kitty friends. It feels like ages since I've last seen them. Because it's weird. I don't really go to their house other than to look after them very often. But then again, it's probably because I go there like every other month anyway. So it's like, yeah. But this time it was a bit longer, so I feel like I should have visited. If you know what I mean. Like, that was too long since I've seen them. I still see my brother, it's just not normally at their house. So I don't get to see the kitties. But I love it because now when I go, the cat that they got second, it doesn't like people, basically. It is literally the definition of a scaredy cat. Whenever a new person comes in, he hides. And now when I go, he doesn't hide. He knows me. He knows I'm going to look after him, and it's so nice, you know, when an animal like trusts that you're not going to hurt it or anything like that. I'm like, aww. And then if anybody else visits, he's gone. Like, you think he's over it because he was used to me, but then when I was looking after them, sometimes my mum comes to visit, and yeah, he's off back upstairs. Although the last time I was there, she visited and he came down. Like, normally he'll not come back down from upstairs until like the person's gone. Like, that's how scaredy cat he is. Like, literally the first time that my mum visited when I was looking after them, when they first got the cat, he was upstairs. I literally had to coax him down with his bowl of food, because it had literally gone past his dinner time, and I knew that if I did not tell him that the food was there, he was not going to come down. Bless his little heart. But yeah, he's getting better. But they are indoor cats anyway, so I don't have to worry about them getting lost when I'm there. I just have to worry about them escaping while I'm there. But no, they're pretty good. Just don't give a huge gap for them to run out a door and you'll be fine. Like I said, one is a scaredy cat, although apparently he has been out in the back garden now. So yeah. But yeah, still a scaredy cat, I think, so it's fine. I do love how that skin has turned out. And the hands don't look completely awful. They look like hands, right? So now I'm going to add where I want the freckles, because I feel like if I add the white first then it's gonna look weird. Whereas if I add the white after, I can sort of smudge them out a bit, if that makes sense. I just have to pick... Oh no, I haven't done inside the tattoo. Thanks for reminding me. I heard everybody shouting at me then. It worked, thank you. I do that as well. I'm like, you missed a bit, but they can't hear you. So I heard you. I heard all of you. Oh, that's part of the tree. I kept doing that with the other colour. This is going to look weird until it's got the black on it anyway. I don't know why I'm not just colouring over the whole thing and then adding... Is that part of the tree yet? Then add in the black lines, but apparently I want to avoid that slightly. I am going over some of the tree because the lines, there's just so many I've forgotten in there, as I do. But yeah, this is a reason why I keep my pencils out for a picture. It's like I have the Camilla de Erico whip still on the go, the one with a lot of mermaid hair that I started in Mermaid. Yes, I still have that on the go. So I've kept my pencils out for that, obviously. So they are the polychromos, but I've kept them in a little tub, and if I have to take a colour out for a different page, I put a sticky note in the tub to remind me that I've used it, because I know if I put those colours away and I have a brief moment where I want to colour it but the colours aren't there, it's gonna annoy me to have to get the colours back out. I don't know if anybody else is like that, but sometimes just having it still prepared for me keeps me from not giving up on the page. Like, I haven't written it down on my list of whips yet, because it is still out on my desk. Well, it's not at the moment because I had to move it off my desk to do this, but yeah, it's still on my desk and I'm still working on it. But it's the hair. There's so much of it that I don't think I've done anything on it this month, to be honest, because I'm working on colouring Heaven pages. Although again, I haven't done much. Like, I haven't completed much. What would be a good colour for freckles? What's the colour that I used before? I'm going to use that. The Raw Umber. I know these are black on her face, but I'm going to do some of them, not all of them. A little brown dot. Might add a couple as well. Because freckles aren't black. And then when I go over with the white, it will dull down the brownness. Like, because this is quite a goldy brown. Add a couple more in because why not? Add a couple on her eyelids. I do want to add a couple into her body. Like I said, they do look quite a yellowy colour. Maybe this wasn't the best colour to be using, but if they need a different colour added to them, I just will. Simple. Bigger freckle. And that is it. That is all I'm doing. Now the white. Although, what colour do I want these markings? I think black to go with the tattoos. Maybe that is a face tattoo. That makes sense. Yeah. So I'm just going to start with the forehead. Oh, I love it when it smooths together and goes a bit paler. Only when I'm obviously after paler skin. I don't want dark skin to go pale. But for a pale white skin, it does work. Magic. Look at that. Now to do that over the rest of it. I know what you're thinking, it's going to get rid of your shadows. It doesn't though. It lightens everything up, but everything still stays as dark as it needs to be. Right, so I'm just going to go gently over the freckles. And try not to get my pencil too much onto the eyelashes, because we don't need them to be paler, do we? I will need to just go over that one though, because that did get a bit too much white on it. But as I said, that's a good thing about these pencils, you can go back and rebuild as long as you don't press too hard too soon. See, I am pressing a bit harder with this white than what I was the other pencils, because this is my finish. I'm not going back over with anything. I do need to finish those lips off though. I didn't. I don't want any of the beige red in the lips, so I didn't. But I do want maybe a pinky red. And you must remind me again to do the eyebrows. I shall do them after the skin. And then I will move on to the tattoos and her clothing and accessories. And then the last thing I will do is the background, because I have decided I think she needs just a block colour, I think, like a border, because the feathers are going to be like a whitey cream colour as well. So I need things, I need a background, I think, to help it stand out a bit. But we will see. By that time I could change my mind 3 times. You know, I'm doing a background, I'm not doing a background, I'm doing a background, I'm not doing a background. As you probably heard me before, like when watching a video, like sometimes they say, oh, I'm going to do this to this, and then you're probably like, wait a minute, you never did that to that. You said you were going to do that to that and you never did it. And sometimes I do forget that I've said that, and then it's too late when I remember. And then sometimes I just decide not to do it. But yeah, I am leaning more towards the side of adding the colour to the background, and it will either be a bluey purple to help with like her hair popping, or like a tanny orange, because I think that would, this page has a lot of like neutral browns, yellows, whites, and gonna be gold, so I'm not sure if an orangey colour would be good, but these are things that I'm thinking about when I'm colouring. So I still have quite a lot to do before I get to that point, so I think I'll be okay. I am just going to go over the lines of her face with this white pencil, because I don't want to use a white Posca on them, but I also don't want them fully black. I don't like it when skin has the black outline. It's okay if you're doing darker skin, because that can actually help enhance the shadowy areas. But yeah, not on one like this. I may have to add another colour, another brown onto the freckles, because I still think they're a bit too golden. Whereas I have like freckles and moles, and they are not that colour. Yeah, I basically have a constellation going on my arms. I've never been bothered by them though. I'm like, they're just there. Like, some people hate them, don't they? Whereas they don't change anything. I've always had them. Part of me being me. I'm just going to sharpen my white a bit. Start with under here a minute. And I'm sorry if the camera is shaking, because it is attached to the table. Like, if it ever shakes, it's my fault for shaking the table. But I don't have the room to use a tripod, and yeah, this is the only solution that there was. I don't have anything else either to attach it to, so it is just having to be attached to the desk. I actually can't believe how well this page has gone. So far, anyway. There's always time for me to ruin it. I hope I don't, because I'm loving this. But there is always time. And I've already heard you again. Don't forget inside the tattoo. So I will remember this time. We'll just do the rest, and I will do the tattoo bit after, so I'm not forgetting. It's just that bit is more intricate, and I just want to get the big bits over with. At least it's easy to see which bits I've done the white over, because it gets that paler look to it. just go over the black lines because I didn't. And I'm not going to go over them with black, I'm going to leave them as that paler colour, I think. Because I don't mind them not standing out. It's getting a lot warmer now that the sun, it's what is it? 4:30. Yeah, that's about right for the sun to be bombarding its way through my window. Hopefully I do have the curtains over and I've put the light on because I get shadows every which way otherwise. Right, I'm going to sharpen and then do the tattoo. I never thought the tattoo would take so long. I obviously didn't think about what it actually takes to colour it, but when I first looked at it I thought, oh, I'll just do that black. I'll just do the tattoo black. I never actually thought about, oh, that's actually got skin showing. Because obviously I don't think about these things. I'm really happy with that. I'm just going to take the Van Dyke brown, I think, to my mismatched freckles. You don't have to be perfect. I need a sharper point now. And then I would just get the white on them again to make them a little bit less obvious. That's a lot better of a colour. Because the white's now sort of blending both colours together, it does help. In my eyes anyway. Hopefully you can tell the difference. Right, finishing her lips. I almost forgot those. So I want a pinky red. Ooh, I think that'd be a good one. Right, I have here Pale Geranium Lake. number 121. I think this was one of my original pencils. I'm just going to add some of that in lightly. It will make her lips more red, obviously. I do apologise. That was a bit too much of an obvious statement, wasn't it? I'm using red, so it's going to make them look red. I will get the Posca pen on for the light, I think. I've misplaced my shadows a bit. Right. I'm going to get a bit of black, I think, actually, in for the darker shadow bits. So I don't think the brown has done exactly what I need it to. And then where is that? Burnt carmine. I will use over the top of the black, because even though I want it as a stronger shadow, I don't want it black, but I don't want it that brown. It's gonna look weird until I add the highlights back in. I'm just saying that now. Right, and then I am going to go over with the white, because you know what I'm like. I know you know what I'm like, so I'm putting little specks of the darkest shadows back in. Right, I do need the Posca pen. To add some of these I will go back over with a colour. Well, all of them I'll go back over with a colour, but then like I said, it's hard with these lips. I tell you what it is, I am so used to this side of the face being the shaded side that it just looks weird to me adding the highlights on that side. So I need to wait for that to dry a moment. So, oh, the eyebrows. I can do the eyebrows while I'm here. While that's drying. Yes, while that's drying, I can ruin the eyebrows. Because I do find eyebrows difficult as well. Although I'll have to use a Posca on that. Like I did the hair. I'm trying to remember what the colours were. I do have all the colours I've used out on the table, but I can't remember if I used them all within the hair. Because obviously I've got the fur colours here as well. I definitely used those two. And I think the darkest colour was the raw umber. Because I already had that out, didn't I? I'm going to go for that. Quite honestly, most of it's going to end up looking white anyway because of the Posca. So, what was this? The cream. I definitely did a layer of cream, didn't I? And this is why I tend to do sections all together. Do a few flickety flicks of this. Quite honestly, I don't think it matters how much of that light colour I put in, because I think majority of it's going to look white. And then this darker raw umber. Yeah, I think this was what I used. And they're good eyebrows anyway. So now the Posca on these, it's going to look weird. But it would have looked weirder if I've left them brown. See what I mean? All the colour I've just put down is disappearing. So I think I'll go back over with colours after it has dried. Because this, although this is a fairly thin nib, it's hard to get completely fine details done. There's too much black line work still showing on that side. What I might do is some of these freckles. Why not? She seems, although it's historical, she does look magical. Why not have a few white freckles in there as well? It's weird how I think that makes them look more realistic. I don't know. Right, now back. I don't like this line either, if I'm honest. That needs to go. I will colour over it with the skin tone. So I am now going to take this Pale Geranium Lake back onto the lips and just go on the edges of the white Posca that I have put down. I still can't get used to the shadows being on the other side. Some of those definitely don't belong. I cannot get them right. Is it because there is a harsh black line all around the lips? Let's get rid of that and I'll colour it in the red. Just the top lip that side. Quite honestly, I think that's looking better than it was anyway. Right, just got to get that skin colour on this. It might scratch away to see some of the black line, but that's fine. I just didn't like it as a fully black line, you know. The eyebrows. I think a couple more minutes. I'm just going to pause while I let that dry. So I thought instead of going along that with a red, I'll try going with the beige red, the skin tone that I used. I thought maybe that would make it look a bit more natural. I think that's as good as that's gonna get her lips anyway. Right, now the eyebrows. So I'm going to add some bits of the creamy colour. I just think I'm gonna gently go over the whole of it with that, to be honest. So now the raw umber, yep. So the darker bits, let me do this side first because darker bits are underneath. This is a bit too yellow, isn't it? I'm going to need the white again. Dearie me. Light yellow ochre. Might have been better just to have used this one. Yeah. Let me try using the white pencil on it. No. Makes it too yellow. Back to the white Posca! Quite honestly, I quite like that. Yeah, I'll go with that. I did do that too long though. There we go. That'll do. I think it looks like the same tone as her hair. What's it looking like on camera? Yeah, it looks okay. I may add a bit of the cream when that's dry to the bottom parts. Right, now the scary tattoo part, I think. Yeah. So I'm going to start off by lightly using my black. And I will do these face ones first. I do want her tattoos to just be black, because I think it's more traditional. Then again, I don't know if Viking tattoos, were they black? Or did they have some red ones? I don't know. I don't really know the history of tattoos. Although, I think there is an image in this book that is tattoos. Was it one of the other pages I chose for the poll? I can't remember now. But I don't want to look for it because I just take too much of your time. Sorry, I did just want to zoom in a bit more, because now I don't need the whole of the skin showing, and when I finish the eyebrows off, they're still there. I did say I'd start off lightly, didn't I? But that face tattoo, I just wanted it done, basically. So now the tree, I will start off lightly, because some parts of it's going to be lighter than others. Technically this should have been lighter than that, but yeah, too late now. Well, it's not. I could go over with white in parts, which I might still do. Have to try and be careful. So it looks like something easy, but still going to take time. They always do, don't they? You think, oh, this will be a quick page. Obviously I didn't think that about this page, but even those pages you think, oh, that'll be a quick one. 3 hours later. That's the part that I did the wrong colour. Do you have any tattoos? Do I have any tattoos? No. It's not that I'm not against tattoos or anything, but I feel like I won't be able to decide what to have. Because I'd be like, I like that, but then I like that. But then that's good. But then do I want it forever? Or do I only like it now? I just can't decide, so I just haven't got any. I don't agree with people's names as tattoos unless it's like your child or your parent. I don't agree with having like a person you're in a relationship with, because oof, you may think it's gonna last forever, and yes, some of them do, but some people get them far too prematurely to know that it's going to last forever. And then they have to get it covered up or awkwardly have it on them for the rest of their life. I used to love watching tattoo fixers. Like some of the stuff you'd see on there, it's like, what were they even thinking? But most of the time it seems alcohol related. So yeah, don't get tattoos when you're intoxicated with alcohol, which I don't like. Any respectable tattooist wouldn't do that anyway. It's like goes against the rules of being a tattoo artist, surely. But a lot of the time they're drunk abroad, so yeah, obviously tattoo artists abroad don't seem to care, they just want the money. I say abroad, I don't mean your everyday tattoo artists. I mean like in these holiday destinations, they set up shop, don't they? They know where the tourists are coming to drink, and they're like, when they're drunk they get tattoo. I'm not saying all of them are like that, but from watching tattoo fixers, unless everybody's gone to the same tattoo artist when they're on holiday, there's a lot of them out there. So I'm going to now, these bits, this side, on my shadowed side, are going to be darker. So they are going to be solid black. Easy peasy. But then, as it gets further into the light, it's going to be a little bit more grey. But not too much grey, because I still want it to be able to be a black tattoo, you know? It's just going to be difficult to make it look like the sun is on half of it. I say the sun, the light. I don't know if they're outside or inside. I like that. Right, now to do it to the rest of the tree. It is a good tattoo though, isn't it? It probably has some sort of meaning. Is it a tree of life, or is it some other tree? I'm not good with knowing these things. I should have gone and done the other one first. That one's so much more simple. But at the same time, I like getting the harder bits out of the way first, like why I did the cat. I need a better point. I say better, I mean sharper. Right, soon we're going to be coming into the lighter bits. I'm going to start lightening up on the pressure. And it'll be nice because on the lighter bits you'll be able to see the lines of the tree. Whereas the shadowed bits just look like a block. Which is fine because that's necessary as well. This is difficult because obviously you'd think it'd be quite easy just going black to lighter black, but it's a solid black tattoo that's still got to look black but still lighter and not look grey. I'm like, what? This isn't even making sense in my head, but it's what I got to do somehow. Although on camera it might end up looking solid black. I don't know how. Sometimes it picks the slightly different shades up and sometimes it doesn't, and yeah. It'll show it as black, don't get me wrong, but it might look more solid as one shade. Just going over these lightly to fill in any gaps from my initial layer because I think that's dark enough. Just some bits I left a little bit sketchy. Right, I think that looks okay. How does it look on camera? I can slightly see the difference. I can see this nice branch here. I'm glad. While I remember, I'm going to take this cream and just go on the underline of the eyebrows just to stop it all from being white. Oops, just flicked the paper. So now onto the other tattoo. Oh, this is getting so much closer to being finished, but still quite a bit to do. So again, starting with the light layer, even on the bits that I know are going to be darker, it's just easier. Be careful of the nails. And then that's like an arm bangle, if that's what you would call it. Right, so dark parts going in. So I don't know whether to do this whole bit darker because the bangles would shadow it. You'll see, I'll leave it like that for a minute. That bit's darker. Wait, that was supposed to be skin, wasn't it? Oh well. It is now tattoo. My eyes completely deceived me then. I think. Yeah, I think that in a bit there was the tattoo. Oh well. Shh, nobody notice. Yeah, so don't do that if anybody is at all following along. I doubt it. It's a bit difficult to follow along for something like this, isn't it? You might get somebody follow along for a certain bit. Oh, just got it on her fingernail now. How ridiculous. Need to get rid of the grain of the paper, it's showing through too much in places. I think that's okay. I like it. Yeah, that doesn't really show it as a mistake, does it? Shh. Next, what do I want to do? First, I'm going to try and rub out that bit of black that I got on the nail. Seeing as I want a nail to be a creamy colour, right, I am back. Another day. I did film for quite a long time then, so I needed a break, and then I ended up doing other things, so a new day again. So as you can see, I'm zoomed in on the nails, which means I am going to now colour in her nails. And here I have Middle Flesh 131. It is now, I believe, called Coral and not Medium Flesh. Like I said, I've had some of these pencils for a long time, so I have some of the older ones. Not many of them have changed names, but yeah. Just going to go a layer of this on her nails. So they're just going to look like a natural colour. And then I'm going to put the gold over the inner line. This line here, I might just white out and colour over because I only want the gold on this part. So yeah, now I'm going to add my shade in. Just a little bit more pressure on the pencil. I'm not going to make them look glossy. I want the matte, more of a matte finish to them. Right, I'm going to get that creamy yellow colour. Yes, 102. Because I do want it to be a slightly different colour than this. Perfect. Well, the colour that I was going for anyway. Now I'm going to get my white Posca and go over those black lines that are up here. I don't want those. Not today. Actually, I'm going to go over these with the white, so maybe my gold will show up better. Because then I just have to put the gold on top of the white, don't I? I'll just go and get my gold because I have forgot to get it. Okay, I have it. I am just using on her nails the Deco Art Extreme Sheen Champagne Gold. And I've had this for ages, and because you only use a little bit at a time, that little pot lasts ages. So I just have a small fine brush. I've never used it before, so I'm not sure how good this one is, but I might need to do 2 coats. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do 2 coats. Maybe if I just put more on my brush, I wouldn't have to, but I'm trying to be careful. I'm not good with fine details with paint. It doesn't matter how thin my paintbrush is, I can never seem to do fine details. I think I need to watch a video of somebody doing fine details. It probably has to do with the consistency of the paint and the type of paintbrush used, but and probably a more delicate touch than what I have, because I'm a bit heavy-handed sometimes, especially with a paintbrush, which I'm going to be painting all of these later, because on my palette I have 3 colour. I have 3 different types of goldy bronze, which I'm going to use. Right, where was that colour go? I have completely lost it. There it is. the medium flesh coral colour. Just go over these white Posca lines. Why is my light going weird? Oh, I just scratched off the white Posca pen there. It'll be okay. It'll be fine. How are you seeing the paint? Is it visible? Oh yes it is. I like how it looks on camera better actually, because at the angle I'm sitting at I can't see it as being shiny, but when I look up there I can. So that's good to know. So that's done. Yeah, I will now get it ready to colour the clothing. Right. I did have to manoeuvre that quite a lot. Had to move some stuff off of the top of my table, because when I zoom in, it just it just zoomed into the middle of the page and you couldn't see the clothing. So reposition everything. Right, I have some colours here. I have light ultramarine 140, cold grey 2, I think that's a 231, and I have earth green 172. And I'm going to use these very lightly for my shading on her clothing. yeah, I want it to be like white, but white isn't just white. So you know what I mean, I hope. So I'm going to do a light base, that's a word, of the cool grey 2. And I don't know if you can see on camera, but I have drawn my border in for how I want to paint my background. That will be the last thing I do, but I already have it planned out. I actually drew the border in last night after I stopped filming. But then yeah, it was too late then to come back and film anymore. I have to do other things other than colour, you know. I wish I didn't. Like, wouldn't it be just good if, like, money would be in your bank account, you didn't have to go to work or do anything else, you didn't have to cook anything, you could just colour all the time, have fun. No, you got to do other things else. You probably would get bored of it. Like, you got to pace yourself. So this green, because it's it's literally called earth green, and I was about to say it's a very earthy green, and what a silly thing that would be to say. Of course it's an earthy green. Somebody send help. I'm just putting in some random shading just to give it some shape. Right, and then I'm going to get the light ultramarine and sort of add a bit of that in there as well, because I find with white, if you add in a little bit of some colours in, like normally I use like blues or a bit of like creams and browns for white, but I thought I'd try green with it just to see. And I will not be keeping these black lines, there's no way. I am going to get a bit of that cream colour as well, just to add that in there a little bit. I think it will make the blue and the green tie in better with each other. And then I am going to take my black very, 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 very lightly. This is where I have to remind myself not to use a heavy pressure, because as I said, I do tend to every now and again forget, and it gives more than what I want. I think that's good enough. As long as it doesn't look like a flat blob, then I'm happy. I find if you want a lighter pressure, hold your pencil further away, but if I need detail, I do hold it closer. It's about control, isn't it? Right, and now I'm going to get my white and just blibbity blob. I'm hoping that paint's dry because my hand has been near it. I don't think I've actually put my hand on it, and I'll try not to, but I think it's dry. That's what I like about acrylic paint. It just dries in a matter of minutes, especially in summer when we've got the warm weather. Just needed to move that over a bit. Let's make sure I'm still here. Yes, I am here. Good, good. I am pressing down quite hard with this white because I just want to smush everything. Smush, smush, smush. I love the word smush. Don't ask me why. It's like the word moist. Some people hate it, don't they? I quite like it. Moist. It might be because it it annoys some other people. I actually like it because one of my brothers is the one that don't like it, so you know, you got to annoy them sometimes. Also forget that they're family if you don't. Right, white Posca pen, and this is definitely running out soon. I had to like pump this loads and shake it loads earlier when I was doing another page. Yeah, it took a lot of effort to get any paint out, so I think I've been saying this for weeks, so it's on its last legs. Yes, I was colouring a page in Spooklet's sketchbook and getting there. If I complete the ones that I have set out to do this month, I will have, I think it's 11 pages left to colour. To start with, it had 43, so I've never coloured that many pages out of one book ever, and I really want to have a completed book. So here's hoping it continues to go the way it is, and soon I will have a completed book. That will look a lot better once I put the background in. And I've decided on the tanny reddy brown colour for the background, because I thought if I had the purple in, yes, it'll make the hair pop and the white pop, but I want it to also look okay next to the cat, and I wasn't sure whether the purple would be too much, so I'm gonna keep it a bit more natural in a sense, hopefully. Right, now do I want to colour the feathers first? Like, I do love that top. Right, I do need to zoom out a little bit. Okay, like I said, do I need to do the feathers first or the paint first? I'm thinking I need to do the feathers first, because then I don't have to wait for the paint to dry well to be able to colour the feathers afterwards. So that is what I'm going to do. Yes, makes sense. And I haven't decided on a feather colour yet. I may just use what I just used. I may just use what I just used. That sounded so weird to say that I started questioning myself. But yeah, I may use what I just used on the top, but a little less green and a bit more bluey cream. That makes sense? Why does everything in my head sound weird? I know I'm choking on air. Oh, yes, please, please do send help. No, I'm joking. Right, I'm going to base it this time though with the blue instead of the grey. I don't know why. I just don't know if I'll use that grey. I think I'll just stick to this. I don't want it, what it is I don't want it to look too similar to the hair. And if I go with the grey option and the cream, then I feel like it will, but the blue would give it a different tone. Does that make sense to anybody other than me? Feathers should be quite simple. It's just repetitive, and I'm not good with repetitive. When it comes to colouring or drawing or anything like that, yeah, I like to do things once and then I move on to the next thing. It's like I can colour 100 people, but not the same image. Not the same exact thing. So say there was 2 of this page in the book, I couldn't see myself colouring it again. I've only ever done that once, and yeah, I can't see myself doing it again. Right. Do I want the green in there actually? Yeah, go on. Why not? I use it as my shadow colour. We all know I'm going over these black lines with the white and it's going to get rid of a lot of the colour anyway. So may as well just go for it. And then I will add a bit of that cream. But again, not too much because, yeah, the hair colour. After I've finished this, I definitely need to just sit down and like binge watch something, because I've literally been colouring the past 2 days, like different things. I have watched a programme whilst I was having my dinner earlier, but it's not the same, is it, to just sit down and like do nothing. You just need a time out from colouring, and then tomorrow I'll be back at it again. Although I don't know what I'm going to colour tomorrow. I have a few things started, because like I said, I want to complete some pages in Colour in Heaven that I haven't coloured anything in. So I have one in this here, obviously, which will be done tonight. Yay! And then I have one in the Zodiac that I want to colour. I started it like last year with a skin tone and I never finished it, so that actually doesn't have too much left to do, so I might do that one tomorrow. And then I have one in the summer collection book that I need to do as well, but I've been slowly working on that one. Yeah. Oh, and what was the other one? I can't remember, but yeah, I think I got like 4 pages on the go in different Colour in Heavens that I'm actually working on. Oh, this looks pretty. I hope they'll go with the gold. And at least I can say it doesn't look like her hair yet. Wait for the white Posca. I've also been watching colouring videos whilst I was colouring this afternoon, which is good, catching up on some, because believe it or not, I still had a couple of finished pages videos to watch, which I didn't know, because you know, like everybody puts them up either at the end of the month or beginning of the month, like, and you just get, like, I follow so many that you sort of get like 10 thrown at you at once, and then you watch 3 and then you're like, okay, I'll come back to the other ones, and then there's always 1 or 2 that slip through the cracks and you're like, wasn't there another one, but whose was it? And yeah, not good. Oh, actually I forgot the white pencil first. So yes, I've got the headband to colour and the arm bangle thing. And then the background. But the background's just going to be solid colour, so it'll just be me painting it. Either 1 or 2 layers of the same colour. Nothing fancy. I probably won't even film that. I'll probably just paint it and then show you it finished, because it'll take a while and I don't think you need to sit through that. I think everybody knows how to just put acrylic paint on a page. If you don't, fair enough. Oops, sorry, I just knocked something over. And then after I've gone over this with the white pen, I might see if I need any more shadowing put on them or not. Right, so over the black lines I go. Probably should have started with the one at the bottom rather than the one at the top. But hey ho, we're already off. If they're only faint, I might not go over them, because having a little bit of black line will not hurt them. I can hear either, I think it's an ambulance. I don't think it's coming this way though. I live not far from a main road, but it's also not super busy at this time, so ambulances and that only have to put their sirens on if they need to overtake anything, so that's why I only heard it briefly. I like it when I'm watching Kirsty colour and sketch, and she always has some emergency vehicle go past because of where she lives. But yeah, I always find it funny. And, like, you sort of wait for it to happen. But no, I love her videos. I'm glad I added the green, as it really would have looked like the hair, wouldn't it? May not be the best feathers, but they'll do. They're not the main focal point, are they? So I'm just glad. She turned out amazing in my opinion. Like, I couldn't have asked for it to turn out better. And the cat as well. Super duper happy about that. See, this pen, I need to pump it again. It is definitely dying. I don't know whether to start a new one. Let me see. It's still okay for now. But if I start a new one, the ink's gonna be super duper white and it's not gonna match, because this, you can still, like, if I wanted to get rid of the whole of the black lines, I would have to go over it twice, because I can still see some of the black line peeping through, but because I don't need it that much to be white. Am I making sense? It's okay. really scared about doing the gold. Like I said, I have 3 tones to help me. Right, while I do the other side, I'm just going to pause it. Okay, so those 2 are done, and because I'm still a bit wary about how the paint is going to turn out for the gold, and how the paint's going to turn out, how it's going to turn out anyway, I'm going to start with the bangle rather than the headpiece, because if the bangle looks a bit then I'll be okay. But I want to do my best for the head crown thingamabob. So technical. So I need a paintbrush. I have one. Yes, I did get one out already. Yeah, just a medium-sized one, and I can also use that fine one that I got before. Actually, I think I need something smaller than this. Yeah, I do. I don't trust myself with that. One moment. Okay, I have slightly larger version of the fine one that I was using. Yeah. So here goes nothing. But I don't, yeah. Wish me luck is all I can say. Do I start with the darkest part? Okay, hopefully. Did I show you what paint I was using? I showed you the Extreme Sheen. I do have that one. And then I also have these Crafts Artiste Metallic Bronze and Metallic Titanium Gold. So hopefully they'll look okay. We will see. If it doesn't, it's not the end of the world. Too much anyway. Just going to think of it like pencils. Where would I put the dark bits and where would I put the light bits, and try not to get it on anything around it. And then I can always add in some dots of white if I need to. I did try mixing a white in with the champagne gold, but it completely stripped it of its metallic qualities. It was weird. Very, very weird. Some of this may need 2 coats. But like I said, it's hard for me to even see, like to tell how metallic this is at the angle I'm sitting from. Sometimes that's a good thing because the shininess can be distracting, and I can see the patchy bits when it's not metallic. Right, I'm going to dip into that medium colour. I think what I will do is add some white lines where the line work is, because this is going to be difficult to tell what is what. Like maybe some black pencil work. I'm not sure. I have to, this is why I start with this bangle and not the crown. is difficult to decide on what to do what. I actually think the crown would be easier than this bangle because this has a lot of intricate swirly bits. I haven't even used the champagne gold yet because I'm trying to do the shadowed side to the lighter side to try and simplify it for me a little bit. If that's even possible. I think these colours are too similar to be able to do that though. I'm glad I can still see the lines through though. Oops. Just got it on her skin. I'm definitely going to need to do some sort of shading. I will see if my black pencil will work on top. Let's add a bit of this in. See how that... Just looks like a blob of paint, doesn't it? I mean, I can see where the shapes are, but it definitely needs some form of shading. But this is why we do it on the place which I'm not bothered about first. Could you imagine if I'd first done this up there? I would be panicking right now. Because it's only this. I'm okay. Alright, I need to wait for that to dry now. Let me just add a bit more in there before I can do anything else. So I'll be back. Oh, looking at the camera, it doesn't actually look as bad with the shine on it. Okay, that is actually taking quite a while to dry, so I think I can work with this technique, so I am just going to go ahead and start on this, let it all dry at the same time. I will make sure I do not put my hand in that, but at least I will try. So, again, I'm going to start over here with a darker side, because I did find that helpful. I have like loads of pencils next to me. I should have put them away, but if I put them away I'll end up needing a colour, and yeah. This is going to be difficult. I have no idea where the shadows would be on this side. I feel like they would be the darker parts because they're that side. And I decided I'm going to do some black pencil for shading, and I will do some white Posca on the lighter part of the line art. So yes, I do have what to do in mind, and whether it'll work is another story, but hey ho, gotta try. Yeah, I wasn't sure because I don't think I've ever like used the gold on something that needs to have shading, and I didn't know how to add it, because obviously normally when I use gold it's just for like a little accent or a block of the colour and be done. I don't need to shade with it. Yeah, that's why I'm only going to do one coat of the paint, because I can still see the black lines, and that will help me add where I need shadows. At least I know that if this works in the future I can have options for metallic. Sorry, I felt something on my face. It was my hair. You know when you feel something and you're like, but my hair's tied up, but part of it had decided to scare the life out of me, thinking it felt like a spider, is all I'm going to say. I don't need that, no thank you. Oh, that may be too much paint on there. Oh well, it's a big area, I can spread it out. As you may be able to tell, I am going to do the crosses on top in the lighter champagne colour. A bit of that darker colour in here. Completely missed my paint palette, but I didn't hit anything else, so that's okay. I think I might put stickles on that and make it a jewel. What do you think? Don't know what colour though. She would look nice with a little bit of sparkle, wouldn't she? I mean, she's got the metallic. do I have to say I'm liking this paintbrush? It's quite easy to control. I think I've probably spoken too soon. It'll probably go haywire in a moment. Just bear with me. Do that colour in here a bit. Now I'm going to move on to my champagne gold. A bit too wet on the paintbrush there. I'm hoping this is shining for you, because like I said, I still can't see it. Not at this angle. I might even put the dark bit over there. Why not? When did I miss that? I feel like these cross bits are gonna get white Posca on them anyway. In places. So, yeah, I will neaten things up, don't worry. Right, and now onto the other swirly bit. Going with my medium, because this is the light side, I don't really want to put any of the dark colour down, just the medium and the light. It's too much. Like I said, I will neaten things up. I don't understand that inner bit, if I'm honest with you. Maybe I add a tiny bit of the dark bit in here. Not much, so it can't even be seen. I'm actually going to put a tiny bit of that dark on that very last rim. Now the light. First I'm going to neaten that bit up. What do you think? Will it work once I've added shading, or will it look weird? I'm hoping all look okay. But things don't always go to plan. But it's already turned out a lot better than I expected, because when I was thinking, oh, let's combine the metallic paint together, it's like, yeah, they're not the same brand. Some of them aren't really the same tone. Like the champagne gold is a cold tone and my darkest colour is very much a warm tone. So I'm hoping, how does that look on there? You see, that looks okay on the camera. Again, you can see the shine from up here, which is nice. I think for now I'm going to take the colour that I did white, well, made that sort of colour, and just go over that in the middle. So it's not white, it's sort of a creamy. But you see what I mean? I added a little bit of white to that champagne gold and there's no metallic left. Like, it's literally completely disappeared. I'm going to make it a bit neater by making it less neat. I'll fix it with my pencils. Alright, so now I am going to let that dry. Okay, I'm thinking this has dried enough. Yes. Whew. It's because it's metallic, it's still shiny, so it makes it look a bit wet still in places. So I'm just going to take my black and shade where I would want a bit of shading, but only lightly because I don't want to take away from the metallic. I feel like that bit needs to be dark though. Can you still see the metallic through it? You can still tell. I'm fine with that. And then my white Posca for the lighter bits. I think that will help with the definition. I can't remember where some of these lines were. Like, I can see most of them, but I remember it being very loopy. I probably should have like looked back at the video or something, but yeah, who cares? Well, you probably do. You could just rewind and see where they were. My camera's still my phone is still rolling, so just got to go with the flow. Remember that being sort of like that, because I was like, do I do that the dark colour or the lighter colour? I think that's okay. What do you think? I think in here looks a bit weird. And now for the Posca, if it's going to work for me. I'm going to get rid of the the black line that was left here. Because it looks out of place to me now. And just sort of wee on the lighter bits. That makes no sense, does it? Just wee. I know what I mean, and I'm hoping you can tell what I mean by my actions. And if it doesn't look okay, you just paint over it. That's the great thing about paint, really. Just paint back over it. That side needs to have white lines on all of that bit because that is the lightest bit. We just put a bit in that triangle there, a bit on that there maybe. Looks like it's the darker side, but it'd still catch some light, wouldn't it? How is that looking for you? You can't really tell, you're just seeing shine. I mean, now it's when the shine isn't a good thing. Like, it's just like that. So I've added a bit of shape back to the shine for you. Right, so I'm just gonna make sure this is dry, because obviously this isn't as long ago. Yep, that's dry, and I'm just gonna do the same for that. And I'm sorry you can't see what I'm really doing because you're getting shine. I'll hold it up again afterwards, but I have to have the light on because it is dark now. It's like 8:30. Wait, where did the time just fly by to? I mean, it was 7 o'clock when I started filming this bit, but you know, time flies when you're having fun. That's what I mean, that's why the weekend goes fast. And then you're back at work and you've got to wait for the weekend again. Luckily, I don't have as long to wait this week because I have some holiday days booked. Although I won't be colouring for some of them because I'm going on a day out. I haven't seen my niece, my older niece, all summer holidays because she was on a cruise. The lucky thing. Although I don't think I want to be on a cruise, but she's been in more places than I have. I just put it that way. But yeah, I don't think I would want to be on a boat. No, I know they do excursions and stuff, but I don't think I'm a boat person. I like land. Especially after watching Titanic, you know? I know that the likelihood of that happening is very slim, but there is always a chance. And I can't believe that she's going up to secondary school. Like, when did she become... Well, she'll be a teenager soon. Well, technically she already seems like a teenager. to shadow these. And I've decided to do that green. I have a green stickles, which I am planning to use. Can't remember its name right now, but I shall tell you when I use it. I have it here actually, I may as well. Lime green, but I will put a bit of green pencil on it first. Right. Well, this is the lighter one, so I have to be careful with how much black I add, but quite honestly I am liking how this is looking. And I've just got to get the white Posca on it, and then she'll be done. Yep, I just double checked to make sure I haven't missed anywhere. I just have to do the jewel and the background. But like I said, I will paint the background off of camera. Right, white Posca. Let's go wee, wee. Not much on this side. Whew, just breathe. Almost there. But like the finishing touches are where you like, do not mess this up. That's decent enough. Let me hold it up for you to see. So I've done it like that. Oops, just about to drop it there. So now I'm going to pick a green out to do that jewel a minute. Just to give it a green underneath the glitter. Just in case you can see through it a bit. Right, I've got earth green yellowish, 163. I'm just going to do a, oh, that Posca might still be wet on that side. Let me just, Oh no, it's dry. Oh, that's okay. Posca is quick, isn't it? Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my stickles on, and then I will paint the background and show it to you finished tomorrow morning. Well, a couple of seconds for you, you know, because I will wait for my stickles to dry before I do the paint, and I would want to show it you finished with the stickles dry anyway. Oh, this has got a sticky bit. Let me just unclog it. Hopefully that will work. Yeah. I just put a pin in it and then it comes back to life again. I clean the nibs off after I finished using it, but sometimes I think it's the amount of glitter that gets to the end without there being enough glue. I don't know. Or a tiny bit that dries up. I had the same thing happen earlier with the stickles that I used. Yeah, I think that looks nice. Just wipe this off before I put the lid on it. So I will come back to you tomorrow when it's finished. So I'm back. I've put the background in, and as you can see, it's the tan orangey colour. I used these 3 paints right here, mixed them together to get this colour, and yeah, I'm really happy with it. I do think this is a better outcome than the purple would have been, but you never know. It probably would have looked okay with it anyway, but I'm glad I went with this colour. So yeah, she's done. Like, I literally can't believe, I think I've got a new favourite page like that I've ever coloured, basically, because I'm so proud of that. And should I hold it up to shine? 'Cause look, it's still shiny, it's just, look at it, and the stickers. Yeah, I'm so happy with it. So thank you for watching, and yeah, enjoy your colouring, and I will see you next time.